plan of the enemy that wants to divide and rule the city of Rustenburg. I pray, Lord, that you will give us wisdom, Lord, and give us strength, Father. I pray that you will guide us through this meeting. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Are these mics work?
Okay. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, Executive Mayor, Councillor Sheila Mabalehuma, Single Whip of Council, and Tate Rapula Makanda, members of Mayoral Committee present here today, Municipal Manager, directors, municipal officials, members of public, those who are watching on a social media platform, and those who are in gallery, all councillors of the Rustenburg local municipality, you are all welcome to this ordinary council. Councillors, this meeting is officially open. Without any waste of time, I will go straight to item number 2, which is application for leave of absence. With me, I have an apology for Councillor Motlalepule Seloma, ke standing apology. Councillor Mapogo Musete, it is also a standing apology. Both councillors are not feeling well. I have an apology for Councillor Tony Bridger. Apology for Councillor Clement Mukapi. Apology for MMC Macomb. She's not feeling well. Apology for Councillor Kuobas Norji. An apology for Councillor Tabiso Mulife. He will leave this council meeting after 1 hour 30 minutes. Those are the apologies. that the Speaker has received. Single whip of council.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got an apology of Councillor Moketsi, Councillor Serongwane, and Councillor Moatse will join us late. Thank you, Speaker.
Ke a leboga single whip. Councillor Palole.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've got the following leave of absence of Councillor Mukwera and Councillor Zimba. They are not going to join us today due to ill health. And Councillor Molatleri, Councillor Ralokwakweng, and Councillor Tuso Pule. They are going to join us late, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palole. Councillor Tanya.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have 4 apologies for leaving earlier. Councillor Johan Cronje at 3 o'clock, Councillor Mater Kutsia at 3 o'clock, Councillor Peter Malan at 3:30, and then Councillor Nelio at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tanya. Councillor Kotu.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure. Okay, I have an apology for Councillor Pako Molatleri. That's the only apology I have.
Councillor Roodman.
We have no apology, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillors. Councillor Boy.
Thank you very much, Speaker. If I fitla ka ura ya botlhano ke kopa gore ke excuse me. Ke a leboga.
Interpreter.
Can I be excused that if it happens that it goes up until 5 p.m., please be excused then?
Thank you.
Speaker,
Councillor Credo.
thank you. Speaker, can I address you on the rules of order on Rule 21 that speaks about the leave of absence? When you look at number 4, it says council may grant leave of absence subject to the reason provided in advance. Number 7 says any verbal application on behalf of a member must be followed up by in writing within 7 days. I just want to check with you, Speaker. Do you receive this leave of absence? Do they write it to you? Because today I just heard apology, and there are no reasons for such apology. I don't know if this council should approve such apologies when there are no reasons. There are apologies of people that are sick, yes, we understand. They will be followed by their sick leave or what. But there are apologies that does not actually give us the right to grant them. We must just say these councillors are absent. They are absent. It means they are not ready to execute the mandate of this council. We can't sit here, grant people leave of absence for just sitting at home or doing their errands because they are paid today. They are paid to do this work, to execute this mandate. Thank you, Speaker.
Rutlile MMC.
Thank you, Councillor Credo. You are in order. I would like to request all the party whips to make sure that those councillors who are not present today, they adhere with Rule 21, subsection 7. Please make sure that they submit written apology within 7 days. Thank you so much. We are now on item 3. Before we move to item 3, no, we are now on item 3, official notices. Councillors, please note that official notice was issued in line with rules of order. Does the council allow me to move to item number 4, proposals or condolences or congratulations by the speaker? Councillors, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate one of our own, Ntate Ibrahim Rasool, to arrive safe in South Africa. He arrived safe from the United States of America. I would like to congratulate him for a job well done. Ke a leboga. Can we move to item number 5? Councillors, relax. Item number 5, proposals of condolences or congratulations by other members, by you councillors. MMC Rambo, ga le re go ikhuditse ba itse. O ka tsena MMC.
Ke a leboga Musa Khotla.
Thank you, Speaker.
Tla ke tsena go e ke dumedise makhanselara le administration.
First and foremost, let me start by greeting the councillors and the
Ke re ke
administration.
lebogisa colleague ya ka kapa tsala nngwe ya ka re patlama seleka go tsaya mosadi wa bobedi.
And I just want to congratulate my colleague for getting married.
Interpreter. E boeletsa gape MMC interpreter ga gutla.
Ke lebogisa colleague ya ka kapa tsala ya ka go tsaya mosadi wa bobedi.
Oh, I just want to congratulate my colleague, my friend, for actually getting married to his second wife.
Thank you.
Thank you MMC. MMC Marekwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Athletics South Africa, where they have represented South Africa in China. They have brought home 2 medals. We congratulate. Amongst them, there is Miss Moloi, a 23 young women. We congratulated her to represent on behalf of the women of South Africa in the Athletics South Africa Olympic. Thank you.
Thank you MMC. Councillor
Thanks, Speaker. First of all, condolences to the family of Mhlongo at Rankilenyani, who lost our beloved brother, Paulo Mhlongo Robocop. And thanks also to the chairperson and the founder of Tsogang, Date Odemokhatle, who availed himself when the family needed.
Councillor Thabiso Molefe.
Thank you, Musa Kotla. Can I get like Kilega who fitisa melaita ya di condolences to
I just want to pass my condolences to
Lela Palaba Monacheng kwa Tekwana.
this particular family in Tekwani.
Ka go tlhokofala ga Obakeng Monacheng chief.
Just after losing our Obakeng Monacheng chief,
O ne le monna e leng gore na inetse gore o tla bereka le nna.
who was a committed man to working with me.
But ka jeko ke councillor ka ntlha ge nne ke berekisana le ene.
I'm now a councillor because I worked hard with him.
Ke tla leka hore family ya ba monageng a moage hore ba leka kagiso.
And I just want to say, may his soul rest in peace.
Ke be ke bua ke fitisa molaetsa wa di congratulations
I'd also want to pass on the message of congratulations
to Councillor MMC Rambo.
to also Councillor MMC Rambo.
Mo nakong e fetileng ga a tla counseling ga a tla busa di item fa ke tsene lata ka kgono mmona ka nako.
Previously, after postponing certain items, because I was late,
Monna o Rustenburg yotlhe ra itse hore ke sebereki.
we know that he's a hard worker throughout Rustenburg.
Le ge le MMC wa party ya opposition ra itse le rona MK party hore MMC Rambo wa bereka ra mmoa.
Even though he is of the opposition party, but I can contend
Ene
by
ya
saying
ka
he
ge
is.
tropo ntse le le fifi ra itse hore ga le teng tropo ga yo nna le fifi.
Even though the city has been dark, but because of his presence, we know the light will come.
Ya ka ge baagi ba kwa Ramotshana ba tlhele ba thiba tsela ya ka ga le teng a ka se ke tle ba thiba tsela.
Just as much as there have been protests, as he was absent, I know that because of his presence, there won't be any protests.
Le rona ra re ge e le gore ka 2026 le mo fenketane
Councillor Molefe. Councillor Molefe.
le mo fenketana gagwe ra leboga.
MMC Gombe.
Councillor Gombe.
MMC Gombe.
Councillor Gombe. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to stand to congratulate all South Africans who have been standing united against the false narratives that are being peddled about a white genocide in South Africa by AfriForum and Kali Kriel. I also stand to extend the condolences of the community movement to the people of Palestine for the continued bombardment and genocide that they're experiencing. And I say we must stand with Palestine from the river to the sea. Palestine shall be free.
Thank you, MMC Gombe. Lisiame councillors. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I would first like to congratulate the Speaker's office for failing me to give me my library until this day. Speaker, please do something about.
You're out of order, no.
It's not funny anymore.
You're out of order.
I've been coming to the office up until today.
You're out of order.
Up until today. You are doing a very great job at failing to give me my library. So I need to speak about this. I'm congratulating the Speaker's office now. It's almost a year now. So thank you.
It's like it's a whole fight. Councillor Luan.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I would just like to pass from the Democratic Alliance side condolences to you, Speaker, with the passing of your grandmother. May God comfort your family and soothe you all. I would also like to congratulate Raiden Finis from Laerskool Vastrap, who has represented the Bujinala district as the top performing male athlete in track events at the National Schools Athletics Championship. He is also my cousin. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luan. Councillor Lebete.
Thank you, Speaker.
Let me take this time just to greet everybody.
Speaker.
And I want to thank you also, Speaker. I just want to send my condolences to the family of Moso. After losing one of our forces, basically, who passed on the 16th of March, who took a major part in the land or expropriation of land part, and ended up giving people a place to stay. Unfortunately, we lost a particular
So we
person.
say we are sending our condolences to the family.
So on that note, we're simply saying we're sending our condolences to the
Moving
family.
forward to congratulations. Ke rata go tsaya tšhono e ke lebogise ka mfo ntlheng e le ya rona e le ya ditsobotla.
I want to take this time to congratulate on the side of the Sobotla,
Ko re ikretseng speaker se se pila se se tshwanang le wena
where we
yana.
found ourselves a beautiful speaker as yourself.
Ke re ke se lebogise bathong.
And I just want to congratulate her.
Dipolotiki tse ka nnete di boima tse.
And indeed, the political side is very hard.
Ke ke boe ke lebogise ke bona mo lefapheng la public safety
And once again, back to public safety.
ba promotile ba leloko ra leboga re bona gore go na le phetogo e tseneletseng.
They've promoted a member and you can tell there's a huge difference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Lebete. Councillor Boy.
Thank you once more, Speaker. Jesu Gemore, on behalf of ACDP, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the athletes who emulate us as we are the forerunners of bringing the medals in the country. And Bafana who didn't struggle to qualify for the World Cup position this time, victory is certain. And again, to congratulate the Rustenburg Pastors Forum to celebrate their 20th anniversary this year. I thank you.
Ke a leboga, Councillor Boy. Councillor Fulani.
Thank you, Speaker. Like it's a sebaka se ke lebogise ko gae kwa.
Let me take this time just to
Letlhabong.
congratulate the members from home in Letlhabong.
Ya,
My
re na
home
le
place.
basetsana ba le babedi, Speaker.
There are two ladies.
Ba tsereng kgato mo go inventeng.
They took an act of inventing.
The two young ladies have invented the cooler box. Mo go yona o ka kgonang go baya dinotsididi tsa gago for 24 hours.
Or it's the kind of a cooler box whereby you can keep your own things that can be sustained for about
Ba re
24 hours.
representile from South Africa to Ghana.
They represented South Africa in Ghana by presenting that particular item.
Ebile ba dirile bontle thata ga re utlwela ko
They've done
Ghana
so
fa.
well.
Re na le moletlo wa ke bolela, Speaker, re tlo go le mema lotlhe fa.
We're going to be having a great event and
Le
we're
tlo
going to
go
invite
bona,
everybody there
moletlo wa bana ba rona.
to come to that
Go
particular
feta
event.
foo gape nationally re na le ngwana wa mosetsana
We also have a young girl at the national level
o tsena ko sekolong sa no ka lerato.
who is a member at,
Ngwana ona o tlola high jump.
she's a high, she does this particular event, they call it high jump.
Ba re National Athletics South Africa ha ba utlwa ngwana ole.
She was uncontested at the national high
Ga
jump.
tlolele fa
national,
Speaker ba rotlolela kwa.
She can jump from here and land there.
Yeah, so ne ke rialo ke re re a leboga ba gaetso re tsweletse pele go dira tse
And that's
dintle,
exactly
mara
what I'm saying.
tla ke re
Continue
fela ko
doing good
bofelong ba gaetso ke se ka lebala re nnile le leso, our condolences to the
Lastly, let me
family,
send my condolences to
the family of Motlamme.
the Motlame family.
Ba robeletse ke ausi o ne a bereka ko metsing ko ho Thoka.
They lost a sister who was working at the water department.
Yes, ke mme o dirileng thata
She worked hard.
le rona mo ANC youth league ntse a nna mo
With us
Tlhabane,
back
mara
in
o
the days in the
sefile ko
ANC
rona
league,
kwa
she served
ko
with us
Lethabong.
in Letlhabong.
Ne ke rialo ka re a mo aga go robala ka kagiso.
And may her soul rest in peace.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, councillors.
Speaker, ke lebetse so se se botlhokwa, intshwarele, Speaker.
I forgot something very important, please
Yes.
forgive me.
Mo gare ga rona fa mo line e ntle.
Amongst us in this particular queue,
Gomme fa Salga e rile ge re romela batho.
there's a lady here, one Salga, when we were sending people,
Ba mmona ya ka motho a ka representa rona re le mo.
they saw
mo
her
Rustenburg
fit
fa.
as someone who can represent us in
Mme
Rustenburg.
Sophie Sentsho ke member wa Salga Provincial.
She is a member of Salga provincially.
Ne ke rra mo lebogisa
And I was just saying congratulations to her.
Modimo a nne o le ena, mama.
And God be with you.
Thank you, Councillor Fulani. Thank you, councillors. We can now move to.
Speaker? I'm here.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Muduge.
I'm just worried about the decorum of the House. At all times, the House should uphold high level of professionalism. You see, I can see that MMCs today are with us here. Unless there's anything that we don't know, that this House does not know, where they should occupy their seats. Why are they sitting with us as ordinary councillors and appointed as MMCs, Speaker?
Which rule? Order, Speaker.
King order, Councillor Boy.
Ne ke botsa gore Councillor Muduke is based on which rule? Ya go batla go question the sitting of the councillors in the council. Anybody only freedom of
You are very,
choice.
you are very old. You are an old hawk for that question. You are very old for that question.
Councillors, can we please move? Councillor Boy, you are in order. Can we move to the next item? Item number 6, declaration of interest by members relating to any item. Is there any declaration, councillors, in terms of Rule 90, subsection 1? No declaration. Thank you, councillors. Item number 7, minutes of the previous meetings. Councillors, please take note of the previous minutes. If there are any issues, please raise them with my office. Item number 8, reports of the executive mayor. Item number 19, reports of motor vehicles license fee adjustment for 2024-2025. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
The nation of the law.
Item 19, a report of motor vehicle license fee adjustment for 2024-2025. This is public safety related item, and MMC for public safety will present. MMC Mputle. Thank you.
MMC Mputle.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Speaker. Item 19, report of motor vehicle licensing fee adjustment for 2024-2025. Speaker, you must know that this item, it is long overdue. It should have brought to the council before. So the adjustment of motor vehicle has already in existing. It's effective from the 1st of February 2025. And it is gazetted from the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management Administration, gazetted number 8773 to all provincial and external registration authorities. It has one recommendation, which is for noting that the report of motor vehicle licensing adjustment fee 2024-2025 be noted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. This is in relation to the item, but not to the recommendations. It's for a while now that I've been wondering, we've got this 2080 agreement with province as the agency on province's behalf, but we do not know what are we actually gaining for that 20%. In other words, what does it cost us to run the licensing department on behalf of the province, for which we get the 20% in return? I would like to see a breakdown of cost that the municipality incurs on a monthly or annual basis to run the licensing fee department, in order for us to evaluate the agreement with province in terms of the 80-20 principle. It might very well be that we are under-recovering the cost, but we cannot have an opinion before we don't investigate that. So I would suggest, as part of the coming budget, we actually include that exercise as an annexure in order to evaluate the 80-20 agreement with province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Single whip of council.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ANC would like to request 30 minutes caucus.
Thank you, Whip. Caucus, 30 minutes caucus is granted. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you.
Let's Amali FF. Whip.
kopa le nne mo fatshe. Ya, ke nagana ba sharp. Councillors, councillors, let's proceed.
Updated, perfectly so, I get.
Councillor Muduke, Councillor Manyaku, Councillor Z, Councillor Kinel. Single whip of council. Can we have feedback from the caucus?
Ke a leboga speaker. Ne ke re recommendation the way leng ka teng e siame e ka feta.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I was just simply saying the recommendation as it is just as fine as it is.
Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Whip. Thank you for the feedback. We are still on item 19.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Molefe.
Speaker. Ke kopa go fitisa kgang ke efa. Ene kgang e ke fitisang fa se gore
Re mo item 19.
re mo item 19.
Yes.
Before item 19 re simolola ka yona. Go fa we are all councillors. And ge selo se sa re tshware pila re le ma councillor se sa ntshware pila ke le councillor.
If something doesn't go well with us as councillors,
Ya ka ge ke le whip ya MK party.
just as I am the whip of the MK party,
Gona ke whip ya MK party, a se semanga.
of course I am the whip, yes. It's not a surprise.
Ya ka ge re na le ntate o tolokang ka mo
Just as
counseling.
much as we've got the interpreter in the council,
Gona no re khielwa menyako mo counseling.
lately now the doors are being locked inside the council.
Go na le menyenyetsi gore ntate wa last ga a tla o bulwa fa ka di wash na so tla ka ke mo pela ma councillor.
There are some allegations that there is a possibility that the previous person who did misbehave here might be around.
So bia no re a khielwa ka re mo-
Councillor Molefe.
re mo kong.
Councillor Molefe.
So ntate wa wa
Go go
Tolokara-
ba Councillor Molefe. I'm calling you to order.
ntate wa Tolokara o patetswe ene o buang gona anong o.
Councillor Molefe. You are out of order. As you are saying you are the whip of MK, you must behave like whip.
I will behave, but as long as ke
You
sa
must
khielwa-
also make sure that there's order in the house.
bula menyako.
Councillors must be safe.
We must be safe and free. Bula menyako.
Yes.
Ga re mo kong. Ga re mo kong.
You are out of order. Councillors, we are now on item 59. Council, item 19. Hey, le re tlhanganya tlhogo, Thabiso. Item 19, councillors. I'm just checking my speakers list. Tsogang, Councillor Manyaku.
Thanks a lot, Speaker. I think I have 5 minutes, Speaker. Gary. Speaker,
Councillor Manyaku.
5 minutes.
Eh.
All right. I should also start, Speaker, ka kgang ya Ntate Thabiso.
Councillor Manyaku, please adhere to Rule 82. Please be relevant to the report, to the item.
Okay.
We are not going to discuss the issue of interpreter here because the admin is dealing with that matter.
Let me,
So please.
Let me be relevant. Le ga Ntate wa bana sa gole, it's fine. Speaker, on the background of this item, it raises eyebrows. It speaks about possibility of increase 80-20 sharing between the department and Rustenburg local municipality. Under revenue stream, according to existing service level agreement, clause number 2.2.2.4, we expect the service level agreement to be part of this item, Speaker, as an annexure, so that when we take decision here as council, it must be informed. Now, re romelwa item, it's a manginal di pata.
Now we're being sent an item which is in bits and pieces.
Clause number, mama.
And you can be told about a certain clause.
On the service level agreement. But when you check, you are expecting the service level agreement to be part of this item. But how check, it's not there. And some of us, Speaker, you must remember, we are not that group. I agree with this. We are not. So when we take decisions, we want to be informed by our decisions that we are taking as councillors. So Ragopa Speaker, maybe this item, it must be referred back. So that when we take decisions on this item, we must fully be aware as councillors, as councillors. And Speaker, you go opa talenta dole, harelwane ka hokopa usaka.
Thank you, Councillor Manyaku. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier on, before we went for caucus, there were comments from Councillor Malani in relation to 80-20. I think we're also not in agreement with the 80-20 because we are losing as the municipality, but the unfortunate part is it is gazetted by the provincial government. And then issues raised by Councillor Malani will also have to look into it, because we're doing more work, but more money is going to the province. We are getting 20%. They are getting 80% within our jurisdiction. So the unfortunate part is it is gazetted, but we'll have to engage with the MEC for safety on the issue as well and attend to that. And the annexure that Councillor Manyaku is referring to is correct. There's no annexure. I think it's an oversight. It could have been part of that. But as to the recommendations, I think the recommendations are in order, because we are talking about the licensing fee adjustment for 2024-2025, something that we will have to look into in the budget as well. So the recommendations are in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Does the council agree with the recommendations? Next item.
Yeah, thank you very much. Item 20 is monthly report, October 2024 licensing and testing unit monthly performance for 2024-2025 financial year. MMC Mputle will present.
MMC Mputle.
Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Speaker. Monthly report of October 2024 licensing and testing unit monthly performance for 2024-2025 financial year. Speaker, this report is to inform the council about the status quo of the implement of the service delivery and budget implementation plan 2024-2025 in licensing and testing units for the month of October. It has two recommendations that read as follows: that the report of the there is a mistake, error there. It should be the Council of Public Safety on the implementation of SDB 2024-2025 be noted, that the statistics of each of the key performance indication be noted. Ke a leboga, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Khunou.
Speaker, I'm requesting 15 minutes caucus with all party whips. we are also
Councillors-
inviting the speaker and the MM to be part of the caucus. Thank you.
Councillors, Councillors. Councillors. Councillor Kotu, we got feedback from the caucus.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. The feedback is we know the item and we are in full support of this item. We might proceed with this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Kotu. I will now give to Councillor Malan.
Speaker, just on the caucus that just took place. You know, I'm sitting next to our whip. The item was not discussed during that caucus. It was a totally different issue. The payment of the
Order,
previous
Speaker.
interpreter.
Order, Speaker.
So, you know, these things are
Order,
wasting our
Speaker.
time.
Councillor Muduke.
Councillor Malan must just focus on the item at hand now.
Councillor Muduke. Game point of order. Okay, it's fine. Let's proceed, councillors. Councillor Malan, let's discuss item 20.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can just refer to page 70 on the computer. There is things that I can't follow. There's a table there. It refers there to total RD 323. I assume it's a code for something, but I don't know for what. Then there's the next one, Les Prodi Ba. I am not familiar with that language. I can only assume it must be English, but then I'm not familiar with those words. So, you know, administratively, please check the tables before you bring it to council, please. The only thing really, other than that, I note that this report is for October 2024. We're sitting in March 2025. Now, I'm curious, if this is a monthly report, where is September, October, November, December, January, February? I'm curious. When will we be expecting those? Other than that, I note the content of the report and the recommendations are in order.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Martin Kotsia.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered by Councillor Malan. Thank you.
MMC VG.
Thank you, Speaker. I note all the recommendations and concerns of the councillors, but the councillors must be aware, Speaker. This report due to councillors that is why report
This report was supposed to have
Thank you
been
very
in
much,
council, but because there were never any meetings, that's why it couldn't have happened.
Thank you, MMC. Before I give to the Executive Mayor, on the speakers list, Councillor Manyako.
Thank you, Speaker. Now let us people who who are in line with those columns speak, who understand what is happening there. Speaker, seeing 308 out of 540 failing their learners' licenses, it shows that corruption is under control. It's under key performance on the second bulletin. Now, I can see that the MMC and also the director on that directorate, they are trying by all means to ensure that there's stability there. And please work closely to ensure that you demolish corruption there. And we align ourselves, Speaker, with those recommendations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Manyaku. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I don't know what relates to failure and corruption. Because if learners had to write, they fail, you cannot say that is corruption. And if Councillor knows of any corruption that has been done there, I think you are welcome to go and open the case. But as to the recommendations, they are in order.
Recommendations are in order. Does the council agree? Item 21, Executive Mayor.
Item 21 is service delivery report, road safety campaigns. MMC Mputle will present. Thank you.
MMC Mputle.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Speaker. Item 21, service delivery report of road safety campaign. The purpose of this report is to provide the council report on the operation of Rustenburg Municipal Traffic Department in respect of road safety campaign for the period from 1st of October 2024 to 31 December 2024. Speaker, finally the recommendations, one, that the service delivery report of road safety campaign be noted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. MMC Kombe. Councillor Poe.
Thank you, Speaker. I know the report.
Councillor Mukua.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the report.
Thank you, Councillor Mukua. Councillor Luan Snyders.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's very important we, as the Democratic Alliance, take note of this very important report. And on the dawn of Easter weekend coming, we would also like to note that we have seen the campaign, road safety campaign, that has been launched by the executive mayor. But when we do look at this report, Madam Speaker, a comment from the DA is that we do not have enough traffic police vehicles on the roads of the city of Rustenburg. Having seen the number of accidents over the December period, because Rustenburg is home, I don't go to the sea. I've noted that calling traffic police officers to accident scenes in Rustenburg takes up to 3 hours to 4 hours in the city of Rustenburg. We need a rapid response to making sure that when there are accidents that our law enforcement are on scene. But I would like to applaud the fire department for their swift response every time there are accidents in and around Rustenburg, and all the scenes that I have attended myself, be it at 2 a.m. in the morning, because nakirata thabamos. So anyway, so it's important for us to know that we need to get more traffic police vehicles on the scene. We cannot have traffic officers here at Rustenburg, 4 of them in a GTI running 45 wards, when there are 3 or 4 accidents, major accidents. A recent cause of accident on the N4 was where another vehicle ended up into another accident scene because of poor visibility, no traffic officers to make sure that the scenes are clear after accidents. So that should also be a preventative measure, and the DA is calling to make sure that we have more traffic police officers on duty in and around the city of Rustenburg.
Thank you, Councillor Luan. Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm mostly covered. Just one comment. You know, it's good to have these type of campaigns, but without actually doing the law enforcement, the campaigns are meaningless. So I think somehow the priorities are switched. Get the vehicles, get the infrastructure, get those things right and do the law enforcement. It's no point having the campaigns, but when it comes to actual situations on the ground, then the traffic department cannot be there in time as my colleague just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Khwadi.
Thank you, Speaker. This is noted from the executive summary on the number of deaths and injuries that take place on our roads being a priority health issue, whereas we know it's a nationwide economical growth department issue. So this plays a major role in both civil and infrastructure distraction. However, the public safety directorate can implement salubrious gestures and remedial explications by firstly assigning public safety officers on a due diligence campaign, whereby they inspect road users' driving compliance and driving eligibility and avoid demoralizing and progressive school presentations that were done according to the item. So coming to the discussions on this portfolio, the discussions written are very futile and imperious as well, because the intentions of this campaign is not to promote road safety, but to pinpoint the driving civilians of Rustenburg and the nation at large. So this pinpoints the civilians on the occurrence of accidents that are partaking. Instead of implementing this, we should be focusing at least on implementing intense campaign measures that are consistent on road maintenance, including effective operational traffic lights, pothole fillings, and regular mass traffic compliance inspections. So the campaign has been running for the past 3 months, last year, with specified and unspecified deployed personnels on all 13 wards. With the question being how they were catered and how other expenses were allocated as well. But the legal and financial implications, they have no comment within them. So I believe this item should be referred back, as it is not fully informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Manyaku. Kogokoba.
Speaker, ke rampo o irang diotse man. No,
MMC Rampo. MMC Rampo.
Emmanuel.
Ke go bona la bofelo ya no. O ka ntate makenito. Oh, director is here. Oh. Councillor Manyaku.
Last one on that, Speaker. Speaker, we are expected to be safe on our unsafe roads. And please, the directors and the MM, our people can't be subjected to what is happening there at the taxi rank always when the buses have to leave that place. Let there be people there who are controlling that. Let it not be because of it's black people who are using that rank, it must be the way it is. Treat our people with dignity. MMC
Rampo.
Thank you, Speaker.
MMC. MMC Rampo. Kana community go lebeletswa itse. Tswela kwa ntle MMC Rampo. 15 minutes. Councillor
Speaker.
Councillor Ben.
Speaker.
MMC Rampo o tla bua ka kora past 12. 15 minutes.
Speaker.
Kopo nne mo itemeng. Ga re tlo tshameka mo. Kopa o nne mo itemeng.
Speaker.
Bu.
Ga gona re nka go ra
I
re
get
speaker.
any complaint Be relevant to item.
Speaker,
remove
ga gona
item
gore nka
21.
gore re speaker we shoot re ka re ngo bontare nna mo itemeng. Ska ntsenya di club.
O batla ho bua kae?
Rules of order must apply to everyone here. Rules of order, Speaker. If really you are doing your job as a Speaker of Rustenburg Council, rules of order must apply to everyone. You can't be begging the councillor to misbehave. Unzo mla ke tlo go koba. Ntate Makina ita eme fala go lebeletse gore o responda o reng. Every time, last time, ka special council, I said Councillor MMC Putu, the MMC Rambo, they are misbehaving. He's still misbehaving, but I'm last time, make it so you get Washenif. Please.
Kopa o di bale pila di rules of order tsa go rule 85 ne?
Ke go bolela ka
Thank
yona.
you, Councillor Molefe.
Ke rule 85, ke go bolela ka yona.
Read them properly.
Ke 85.
Rule 85, e bale pila.
A re tswele pele.
Thank you. Councillor Manyaku, o feditse.
A ke boeletse gape speaker gore
O sa boeletsa, o feditse. Okay, thank you. MMC?
Speaker, ke a leboga. Reporto ena ke a campaign. Ene go ka tsamaya pila mo toropong ya rona go nna le bontate ba re bitsang gore ke di-pointsmen.
This report is in line with the campaign,
Ba
and if you
thusa
can
the
check
traffic
around the
code.
city, you'll find pointsmen,
Ba re thusa go controlla the traffic.
those who are helping us to control the traffic.
And every day our traffic officers ba teng mo tseleng.
And on daily basis, you will find our traffic officers.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order again because the MMC is replying.
Yeah, but the MMC is not telling the truth. The pinpointers that are vacant on the road, they are not part of the item. They are not implemented in the, they are not
MMC.
implemented in the, they are not implicated actually on the item.
When are you out of order, right? And go go because that behavior is unbecoming.
Speaker, agree.
No, MMC, Marekwa.
Rule 82,
Thank
be
you.
relevant.
Speaker, there is no objection. And also there is no point of order that is raised by my honorable councillor because the MMC is responding exactly on the question that councillors have asked to the MMC. So can the councillor leave the MMC to respond? If there is any, then we'll allow him to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. You are in order. Council, I'm talking to you for the last time. You must adhere to Rule 84. Please, Council. Or else I will apply Rule 85. That the magnet today you draw back. MMC, proceed.
Ka leboga Speaker. Se se mpontsha gore our fellow councillors ga ba ba le agenda sentle. Ene ga ra tshwanna go nna
Order, Speaker.
safety. Ga ra tshwanna go nna safe fela ge the traffic officers ba le mo tseleng.
Order, Speaker, order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
MMC.
MMC are responding. MMC are responding, Speaker. MMC are responding.
Councillor Molefe. Councillor Molefe. MMC. Please. Right now, not out of order.
Young speak.
Just say some, not
Okay, some of the councillors.
Please.
Some.
Please, MMC. Hey. Proceed, MMC.
Ke a leboga Speaker.
Councillor Manyaku. MMC, proceed.
Ke a leboga Speaker. Re tshwantse ra itse gore every time ga ra tshwanela go emela gore the traffic officers ba tshwantse ba nna mo tseleng. Safety e thomolla ka wena as a motho o le driver o driver.
Well, safety starts with you as a driver. We shouldn't wait exactly for the traffic officers to be on the road before we can implement driving safely.
MMC. Tswela.
Ka leboga Speaker.
Ke a leboga MMC. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, I would like to applaud public safety for using the little resources that we have effectively for the community of Rustenburg. The report that is before us, Speaker, is the campaigns that were, is road safety campaigns taken by public safety. And what has been termed as unprogressive school presentation. I think the councillor is out of order because it is very important to impart knowledge to the young ones because they are road users. So it is important of them to know that as pedestrians, they have to be safe on the roads. That is why we are taking it up to the schools. If it's not important for you, if our kids are not important for you, they are important as our future leaders.
On point of order,
Yes.
Speaker. On point of order.
Point of order.
Mayor aska bua ntebeletse man. E ka re wa addressa o ntshebeletse gore as it is not important for our school kids. Ask Sheba Nesiba said those things. Ask Ncheba. Oh. Aho Sheba address ask Ncheba.
Councillor Manyagu. Councillor Manyagu. Councillor Manyagu, you are out of order.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
King order, Councillor Mnaisa.
Wamanyagu alebeletse mayor.
But councillors, please, you are wasting time, white. Whip. Single whip, go bound to. Single whip. Most councillors are out of order. Emery councillors. Yo. Maria, out of order. Councillors, please bear in mind we have so many items to deal with. Please, councillors, be in order so that we can fetch this council meeting on time. As a belief. Kalekopa. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I was on the issue of the unprogressive school presentations. Like I was saying, the intention is to impart knowledge and skills so that our little ones become responsible and safe road users as pedestrians. That is why we are taking these programs to the schools. But as to the report and the recommendations, they are in order. And we take note of the issue of law enforcement in the city. Indeed, it is important that we at all times will have to enforce law for the safety of the community of Rustenburg. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Recommendations are in order. Does the council agree?
No, Speaker. We are sorry, we are putting a footnote on that item. Ne?
Okay.
Please record it.
Okay.
Yes.
Footnote.
Yeah, footnote being the information not being complete. The details.
You don't agree with the item?
We don't agree with the item.
item.
Yes.
Footnote for Tsogang.
Yes.
Next item 22.
Speaker.
Executive Mayor.
Before I give this-
Item 22, Executive Mayor.
Before Speaker.
Ke order.
Before you proceed to item 22, before you give it to the mayor, I think my name is there on the speaker's list on item 21, and I've never heard you.
Honorable Speaker,
pizza.
can I rise on the point of order?
No, I don't have your speaker's list here.
Khora ka jeko ga ke bue.
Ha o bue.
Ke ba file speaker.
Ha o bue.
Speaker.
Let's quickly assist
Next
the House.
item.
Let's quickly assist the House.
Speaker. Wa banna.
Ha o bue, Councillor. Next item
No, Speaker.
22.
Speaker. Ke file ba kwena speaker's list saka. And then the rules of order, they are very clear. I'm a whip of MK Party. I'm the only councillor here.
Thank you, whip of MK Party, but you are not going to speak today. Next item 22.
So
Executive
your
Mayor.
office, ke ba file di item tsa ka ba ka tshwanno bua.
Speaker, tla re go thusa ka pele. During the application of leave of absence, we approved
Nah,
that
Khabi.
councillor
Speaker,
will leave
Speaker,
after 1 hour 30 minutes.
Ke laetse, but I'm still here.
Namsi
Namsi
What is he
Chai.
doing here?
MMC Putu, you are not our speaker. MMC Putu, you are not our speaker. MMC Putu, you are not our speaker, chief. Speaker, now.
1 hour 30 minutes.
Speaker, no.
But it's 2 hours now.
MMC Putu, you are not the speaker, chief.
Councillors.
Speaker. No.
Councillors. Councillors.
You must protect the other councillor. He's not a speaker, this man. Karabo speaker, come on. Relax.
Councillors. I'm not going to protect any councillor who's out of order. Councillor MMC Put, where it's a point of order. You are in order, MMC Put. Real apology from you. For in 1 hour 30 minutes. I still maintain it, or you are not going to speak on the next reports.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Thank you. Executive Mayor,
Speaker,
we are now on item 22.
Speaker. Speaker.
Ntate Maginita,
Speaker.
ke mo kgalemela la bofelo.
Atumela, ska mo kgalema, atumele.
Okay,
Speaker, ke go file speaker's list. Ke go file speaker, ne ke tsere matsapa ga ke bala item e. Ke tsere matsapa. Ke tsere matsapa. A ke ba rampo ga bantshiwi, na rantshiwa. Ke na le 4 items, tsolanga ke santse ke lefa. Ke nako ka gore ke tswana ko mang. Wena ska senyala ka re ke ikitsia mo bekeng.
Councillor Molefe, o tla boa ka 12:30.
Ga ke tle ke boa. A ke re ga ke bue. Ga ke tle ke boa.
Go siama ke go tsentsa apology.
But ke go boleletse ke go file speakers list. Ntate Maginita tseba fa pelana.
Ntate Maginita,
Ke go file speakers list. Wa ntla ba. Speaker le tsagala go di otong tsa rona fa re tla go to.
Speaker. Hona ge lo re ntate Molefe o go file speaker list a ba sa bue, you are out of order, Speaker. Yeah, he lo re go file list a ba sa bue, go re rona the same thing. E etsa ga rona in future. If go file sona ka nnete ene ga bue. Ga se ona ka beng.
Councillor Mnaisa. I get a speakers list.
Oh, ga ona so.
Yes. Come back at 12:30. Thank you. Bye-bye. Executive Mayor, item 22.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker.
Item 22.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Credo.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I think you need to call councillors who do not adhere to Rule 83. I think you need to call them to a one-on-one meeting so that you can deal with the behavior of these councillors. Because they're bringing the decorum of this house into disrepute. And we can't sit here when more than 500,000 of the population of Rustenburg is watching this. And we are doing these jokes. And even bringing the behavior that is not allowed in this house. Please call these councillors. Read them rules of order. Please, Speaker, we're tired of this thing. Cannot be subjected to this thing anymore. We're tired. And Speaker, you must also be lenient. When councillors are not on the speaker's list, add them so that we can just proceed because they've got nothing to offer on that. It's not like they're even going to amend recommendations here. They're not even going to amend, not even a single recommendation. Just give them so that they can actually blow the hot air and so that we can continue. Seriously speaking, because we cannot be subjected to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Credo. Councillor Credo is referring to Rule 83. Rule 83 speaks about the unbecoming language and breach of order. You're in order, Councillor. Yeah, I will also address this issue with the whips, party whips. Thank you, Councillor Credo. Item 22, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Item 22 is the report on community policing functionality and the role of the municipality. MMC Mputlo will present. Thank you.
MMC.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. Item 22, report on community policing functionality and the role of the municipality. This report is to inform the council about the role of the municipality and the councillor in matter of community policing and functionality of these CPF structures, and the councillor to make sure that the establishment of the CPF in our ward. It has two recommendations: that the report of community policing functionality and the role of municipality be noted, that the councillor ensure the establishment of functionality and the community policing forum within their respective wards. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to refer to recommendation number 2, because it's actually in contradiction with the responsibility of
Councillor Du,
with the
proceed.
responsibility of ward councillors having an oversight function, and also from my police background and involvement in CPFs as such. If councillors are invited to attend CPF meetings or establishment meetings, they are not even allowed to speak during such meetings. They are only allowed to observe the process. So for that matter, I just want to amend the recommendation to be that ward councillors observe the establishment and functioning of community police forums and not be responsible for establishing. That ward councillors observe the establishment and functioning of community police forums within their respective wards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dup. Councillor Khwadi. After Councillor Khwadi, Councillor Manyaku.
Thank you, Speaker. So on this item, we have noticed that many CPF members are being killed nationwide. So the municipality's role should broaden by engaging at least in memorandum of understanding and or memorandum of agreement with major security companies in order to capacitate certain members within the specified police stations that is within Rustenburg local municipality. So they should at least try to capacitate each and every member who is part of the CPF with compliance, security compliances, firearm compliances, so that this thing, it doesn't just end with them being members, but then it makes, it gives them skills also to go and then serve elsewhere with what the municipality has brought forth. So this will create sustainability within the wards and the economy at large, because of the risk will be minimized. So I think the House should note that security programs are also imperative in this situation. Thank you.
Councillor Manyako.
Thanks, Speaker. And can you also, Speaker, please acknowledge the presence of Speaker Koketso Mohomodi? Please, Speaker. After I speak, you must do that, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Manyako, you said earlier I'm the only speaker here.
Or the former speaker, sorry.
Hey.
Or former speaker.
Focus on the report.
Okay, former speaker.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaker, the priority of CPF activities for the year 2024 went to certain wards. We are still waiting at other wards as this directorate serves us all, not only few elites. The outreach program should be done on how will other wards be covered as well. And the initial program that yourselves and the subs should work on, it must be the proper induction and training of CPF members. We don't want to see CPF members as if that's their duty.
We don't want to see the CPF members eating children's food or lunch boxes.
You know, Speaker, recommendation number 2, we totally don't align ourselves with. Most of what councillors, more especially in the ANC camp, are not useful.
Order, Speaker.
Councillor Mudike.
We're not going to sit here and entertain the talks that Councillor Manyaku here. He's not going to sit here and insult us. He must refrain from using the name of the ANC in here. He must refrain from that.
Thank you, Councillor Muduke. Refrain and then we'll continue, please, Claire.
Okay, most of what councillors in council are not useful. So,
refrain.
Oh, I'm out there, Speaker, it's fine.
Okay.
Now, putting such an additional role to their roles, it will cause harm to them, Speaker. So, please, I align myself with the DA there. Don't put that role to them. Let them observe, not them being organizers and all that. Leave that matter to subs. Let the directorate here, public safety, let them deal with such. Shem, I felt the fella for speak.
Kalabach. MMC Kombe. Dada boy.
Thank you, Speaker. I note the item with the recommendation of Councillor Dupe, stating clearly that ward councillors, excluding a PR councillor, meaning that a PR councillor will have opportunity to participate on that. And another thing that I think we can't just say some people are useless. We can use them as the best example. Thank you, Speaker.
MMC. MMC VG.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I take all the concern and the addition of especially of Councillor Duplessis, because the councillors, we play the oversight.
Councillor Lebete. Councillor Lebete. You're out of order. MMC, proceed.
Kaleboha, Speaker. As I was saying, that as a ward councillor, you are the one to make sure that the CPF being established within your ward, alongside with the SAPS. You just play the oversight there. Ke a leboga, Speaker.
Ke a leboga, MMC, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. What recommendation number 262 say, it's looking into the rate of crime in our wards. We want councillors to encourage their communities to have CPFs. I think that was the recommendation 6 to say, but the amended one by Councillor Dube, it's correct to say they are doing oversight, but what we are saying is they must encourage their communities that they must have CPFs. Of course, the CPFs are launched by SAPS, and after the launch, they are being inducted, and there are a number of training that SAPS is doing for the CPF members. So the amended recommendation is in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Does the council agree? Councillors, before we move to item 23, let me acknowledge the presence of the former Speaker of Council, Councillor Kweketso Mokhomutsi. Thank you, councillors. Mayagu, Councillor Mayagu, Councillor Credo. Thank you. Next item. Item 23, Executive Mayor.
Item 23 is new ranks and uniform, law enforcement and security unit. MMC Mputle will present.
MMC.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. Item 23, new ranks and uniform of law enforcement and security unit. The purpose of the report is to inform the council about the change in ranking structure and uniform of the law enforcement and security unit of the municipality, to request the council to adopt the same. Speaker, in a lady recommendations.
Also recommendation, Speaker.
We do have 3 recommendations: that the report of new ranks and uniform law enforcement and security unit be noted, that the IMPSA rank insignia guideline and green uniform be noted. There is a mistake there, Speaker, used by the law enforcement officer, that the law enforcement officers be subjected to training with regard to the powers be exercised in column 4 as it is related to offenses, column 4 of declaration of number 1114 dated on the 19th October 2018. Ka leboga, Speaker, the annexure city tempo.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Manyaku.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, SAPS have many police officers with diverse the uniform, the full uniform. We can prioritize that. At least because I can see that there's an act, National Road Traffic Act, that is being quoted there. Let it be gore aba changelwe digempe tseo at least to navy blue. Le ba tlogeleng ka marukhu ao.
Let them change at least to navy blue and let them remain.
Ba change their dihempe tsa bona.
Or let them change their shirts to navy blue
Ba ba tlogele ka marukhu ao. Like,
and give them with the pants.
let's take it bit by bit.
Let's take it gradually.
Let it not be gore go prioritize because ke di tenders.
Because it's tender system.
Ke di tender someone o rana short o tlo fela tender ya uniform.
Somebody will end up having the tent of the uniforms.
Gore go change the whole uniform.
So that the whole uniform should be changed.
While there are speaker, interpreter, let us speak about it. We speak, you speak. Now we speak what's it. It's not even clear to what but one chebile kwa rankelenyane they wanna hear gore ka reng mo. I'm trying interpreter what's it. Let it be. Speaker, please. Ka kopa, my sister.
Okay, Councillor Manyaku.
Yes. So let's change only their shirts for now. So we will amend that recommendation number 2. Let it not be that we change the whole entire uniform. Their ranks and all that, it's fine. Let's change only their shirts for now. Then we'll take it after as we grow like that. We can see the efforts that you are doing.
Councillor Manyaku, you keep on repeating one thing. Shirts, trousers. Man, Councillor Manyaku, feditsa.
Okay.
Councillor Palole.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We acknowledge this item, Speaker, and we would like to applaud our law enforcement as they are always on the ground to serve the Rustenburg local municipality. But adding to that, I would like to second my latter speaker from the DA, my colleague, that we should correct the small mistakes that are done by our law enforcement. That is not a train smash. Speaker, based on the executive summary, it shows that our law of enforcement, they have a long due been with us as Rustenburg local municipality. So in terms of recommendations, recommendation number 2, where it speaks of navy blue uniform, we as the EFF would like to get a clarity that is it going to be the navy shirts and the navy trousers, and what informs the decision on changing the uniform. So we acknowledge all the recommendations, but we have a problem with that one of recommendation number 2, if we can get clarity on that one. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Palole. Councillor Maumakwa. Councillor Muduki. Councillor Maumakwa.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Maumakwa. Councillor Muduke.
Do I speak on the item? No, I move to for the adoption. I move for the adoption of the three recommendation with an amendment there. Instead of navy blue, it will be, let me just go to the item, Speaker.
Green.
Instead of the navy blue, Speaker, it should be green there. That the IMPSSA ranking Ignitia guidelines and green uniform be approved for use by law enforcement officers.
Thank you, Councillor Muduke. MMC.
Ke a leboga, Speaker. Actually, I was when I was reading the recommendation, as I said, there is a mistake there, or instead of green, they wrote blue. So the green uniform of the law enforcement, that is the color of green. As for khaki blue and something of, we are not yet the Metro Police. We cannot wear the khaki and the blue shirts as if we are the Metro Police. We are the law enforcement officers. That's why we're suggesting the color.
On point of order, Speaker.
King order.
The MMC here, Speaker, we are not yet the metro, we can't wear that color. As if now Hotisua green remapanya. We are not those kind of things, Lerona. So let it not be rabuli wafela let them wear green. It's done, it's done. Let it not be like that, Speaker, please.
Okay, Councillor Manyaku, the executive mayor will clarify that gore fit green. MMC, proceed.
Ke a leboga Speaker, tla ke bua ka Setswana gore ga ka re metro ke rimile ke di law enforcement officers.
Let me
The
just
color ya
clarify.
blue and khaki ke ya di metro policies. Those ke ya di law enforcement officers.
The other color is for Metro Police
Not
officers.
the traffic officers, it's Speaker. There is a difference between the traffic officers and the law enforcement officers. The current law enforcement officers, they are, Speaker, I cannot intimidated.
Councillors. MMC Rambo and other councillors, Lunabo Councillor Manyaku, you are out of order. All of you. MMC, you are protected.
Ka leboga Speaker, as I was saying, ke bona le wena o tsentse meeting wa go for Speaker.
MMC, you are out of order.
To that level now, not on the speaker.
My apologies.
Not to that level, not on the speaker.
Don't do that.
Not on the speaker. The speaker, you are protected. You are protected.
Councillors.
This is far too, you are going far now. You are protected, speaker.
Speaker.
Heaven.
Speaker.
Heaven.
Councillors, please. Please be in order.
Speaker, can you call Councillor Manyaku into
This
order, please?
excitement, ha ke tlhaloganye ke ya eng? MMC, kopa o bue ka item, you are out of order. You are out of order.
But Speaker, I was
You are out of order.
Okay.
Focus on the report. Excitement again. Please proceed, and you are protected. Councillor Monais. MMC, proceed.
Speaker, as I was saying, the traffic officers and the law enforcement officers, the law enforcement unit, they are wearing the traffic officers' uniform, whereas they are not the traffic officers, which is the khaki one or the brown one. The law enforcement officers, they are the recruit that was occurred on 2010, Kaka World Cup. So we are trying to fix the difference between law enforcement officers and the traffic officers speak. Ka leboga.
Ke a leboga, MMC, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. We must be able, the reason why we are changing the uniform of the law enforcement officers, there must be a difference between law enforcement officers and traffic officers. As you notice that currently they're both wearing khaki. So even when they are on the streets, you cannot differentiate who's the traffic officer, who's law enforcement. And in terms of blue, we are having a number of law enforcement agencies that are wearing blue, like your subs, they are wearing blue. We are even currently having our security guards that are wearing blue from, I think it's Mabotwane. At the same time, we are also having Kopokeng, Mapocho are wearing blue. So we must be able to differentiate. That is why we are saying for us to see that our law enforcement will be on the street, there's no way that we are not going to recognize them because they will be wearing green. And as to the recommendation with the amendment of blue to green, the recommendations are in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Does the council agree? Thank you, councillors. Item 24. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm still trying to open the item. My apology. Item 24. Progress report on indigent registration, December 2024. The item that is before us, Speaker, is the progress report in terms of our registration for December 2024. As you know that this year we launched another program for indigent. The report for that program will come. But what we are trying to present to councillors for noting is that as Rustenburg, we are not doing enough for indigent registration. If our community members are not going to apply for indigent, it therefore says to you they can afford payment of services. So the program, the item that is before us is just a progress report. That is where we are saying our customers, our communities must be encouraged to apply for the indigent grant at their respective wards, and that a progress report on indigent registration be submitted in the next council meeting so that we track progress of how people are doing in terms of the indigent registration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Kombe. MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just on recommendation number 1, to fix there the spelling of registration. And in terms of the program itself, we realize that there are many gaps in our own policy that make it difficult to register indigents. For instance, you find that applicants are occupying a certain property, but they are not the property holder or the account holder of that particular property. So in the meeting of the 11th of March with the ward councillors that pitched up in that meeting, they identified a number of clauses that we should change or remove within the indigent registration policy, which will be done once we undertake the budget processes and the budget-related policy review processes. I stand to then second the recommendations as they are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Although I support the recommendations as they are, just want to raise a concern and also a request. And the one is that currently we are receiving regular complaints from our residents, inquiring from our councillors, that they have submitted their applications as far back as 3 months ago. And when they inquire at the relevant office at the municipality, they are told that the process is being delayed by the service provider. So really we need clarity on that because we are encouraged to support the system, but then there's some other delay at the municipality of finalizing the applications. Then at the presentation meeting that MLC Kombe referred to, and the presentation that was done to us as ward councillors, we referred to the policy of 103 pages and the request that we as ward councillors must encourage our ward committee members to assist in informing the residents to apply for indigent. And then we requested that we be provided with a short list of the list of what is required, the relevant documents that must be submitted, as well as the qualifications for to apply for indigents. So if we can be provided with that too short list that we can give it to our ward committee members instead of battling with a 103-page policy, I really believe it will assist to inform the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dupe. Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. In addition to what Councillor Dupe has just said, I think the idea is to have a simplified pamphlet with that information that he was referring to on it, and that would make it easy for residents and councillors to summarize what is required. From my side, just on page 113, cosmetic thing, there's the paragraph there starting with each qualifying beneficiaries. Right in the middle there is 50 kilowatt. That must be kilowatt hour. That is cosmetic. It can just be changed administratively. But then at the bottom of that page, we state there, or the report states, that there were 1,461 beneficiaries who received that 1.717 million allocated for November 2024. Now, when I go back to 2 paragraphs above that, it states the various expected rand value of the indigent grant. That paragraph, again, that starts with each qualifying beneficiary. And there you can follow the amounts. It's 89 rand for prepaid or conventional 82. Let's just call that 80 or 90 rand. And then water to the value of 112 rand. That means approximately per month per indigent. Now, if I go, just refer back now to that, the beneficiaries and the 1.7 million, that if I divide that, it gives 1,175 rand per indigent. So the report doesn't make sense. One of those, or both can't be right, or it must be clarified in such a manner that it explains this discrepancy. So, as it stands, it is, I can't accept the report or just note it. I believe that must just be rectified, and then it can be rectified right here by means of explanation, or else we must just refer this back to be rectified, and then it can come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Motshegwa.
Ke a leboga Mosakgotla. Ke ne ke re a di tsamaye fela jaaka di ntse di recommendation.
I align myself with the recommendations, just as they are.
Thank you, Councillor Motshegwa. Councillor Manyaku.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, on page 114, hey, our things are different. Let me continue. There's a heading there, Speaker, area the indigent registration campaign with start to the following wards. Ward 20, 21, 40, extension 2 and 8. Ward 10 and 13. Ward 9 and 11. It's a campaign done by us, Speaker, and it doesn't cover other wards. And there is no any follow-up column that says now, this is how the campaign will continue. So let it not be that if the word of an ex-favorite mayor hadile covered, everything must flow like that.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
MMC.
Madam Speaker, this program speaks to ward councillors. In the meeting that we had with the ward councillors who were present, it was explained to them what the rollout of the rest of the program will look like in their wards. The reason why these particular two suburbs were chosen is on the basis of the balance of our debtors book. The Greater Bitekong area and the Tlhabane area is the areas where our debtors book is the greatest. Thank you.
Ke a leboga, MMC, you are in order. Councillor Manyaku.
I'm getting lost, Speaker, because I get a Councillor Kombe or MMC Kombe. Kore ungaraba like as a councillor, as an MMC, I'm lost. Like I'm
Councillor
lost.
Manyaku, as the MMC.
Or as an MMC.
Yes, he's the MMC. Of BTO.
And again, and we undermine
the sitting arrangement.
Now we are confused. And a speaker, like you are responsible to ensure that there is order in this house. Councillor Mudukeri Labuta, that thing, we thought it was a joke, but it's affecting us now.
Councillor Manyaku.
There's a deflection now from the content that was presented. There's a deflection now from the content that was presented.
Let's discuss item 24. Ke a leboga. MMC Kombe.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. You have sustained the order. And in terms of the figures, I think we should not refer the item back. We can put the item in abeyance and just rectify those figures and get back to it before we close off the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Kombe. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Can we address it as the last part of the agenda? Whilst the relevant office is taking note of what has been said on the cosmetic issues. But as to the issues like you were speaking of the pamphlets, before the launch, we issued out pamphlets that specify what is expected on the issue of indigent. And the issue of the service provider by Councillor Dub on the regular complaints received from the resident. As you know that there are some of the things that are expected for you to be approved as indigent, including your credit checks. So they are still delaying, but I think BTO will have to take it up with the service provider to speed it up so that members of the community know whether they are approved or not. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Does the council agree that we put the item in abeyance? Thank you, councillors. Item 25, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Item 25 is progress report on debts owed by councillors for the period ending December 2024. Speaker, there are a number of discrepancies identified on the item. We are encouraging our communities to pay for services, so councillors must pay as well. But I would like us to refer this item back so that when it comes, all those identified discrepancies be corrected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Item is referred back. Item 26, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. 26 is quarterly progress report on the implementation of the post-audit action plan. You are up for December 2024. What we are tabling before council is the implementation of 2022-2023 post-audit action plan. And then in the report itself, we are having a summary of the implementation of the 2002-2023 PAP as per the data that it is reflecting on the portal of the National Treasury. And then there are no financial implications as to the implementation of PAP. And what we are saying in terms of the recommendation is that we take note, and then the third quarter reports present the progress report on the implementation, and that the report on post-audit action plan be presented at the next council sitting, not at the next mayoral committee. and that the report be submitted on a bi-monthly basis to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the item is in order with its recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Brian Piri.
E re ke go leboge mmusa kgotla ke leboge thata gore o mphe tšhono e
Thank you so much for the opportunity
gore le nna ke latlhelela motlapitsong
so that I can put forth my word.
ke ne ke re ke ikamanya le di-recommendations the way di le ka teng
I just wanted to say that I aligned myself with the recommendations just as
mare
they are.
ke tlile go kopa gore re replace number 3
But I'm just going to plead that if we can only replace number 3,
re tlile go e replace yana
and this is how it's going to happen.
that the report on the post-audit action plan 2024 to 2025 be presented at the next ordinary council. Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Piri. Councillor Boy. Thanks, Councillor Boy. MMC Kombe.
In order, Madam Speaker.
Executive Mayor.
It's in order, Speaker.
Okay. Ke a leboga. Does the council agree? Next item, item 27, Executive Mayor.
Item 27 is the report on contract management for period ended December 2024. In the agenda, Speaker, we are having, as you know, that we are expected to monitor the performance and the lapsing of our contracts. In the discussion, we are having a summary of the contracts that you are having. That will include your active tenders, your deviations, extension and variation of contracts, the expired ones, the contracts expiring in the next 6 months, and as well the terminated ones. So this is the report on all the contracts that we are having. So the recommendations are that we note the report, and then the officials must make sure that they take necessary precautions before the lapse of the contracts, and that RLM benchmark with other municipalities to improve on adjudication processes, that a joint portfolio committee meeting between budget and treasury office, technical and infrastructure and project management be convened in 7 days for clarification on various contracts, that the accounting officer be invited to the next portfolio committee meeting, that a project conceptualization and implementation protocol be developed. I think recommendation number 5, Speaker, must be removed. And yeah, those are the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, maybe just to highlight the reason why recommendation number 6 is there. As we're dealing with this item, we got to realize that it comes from various directorates, and the various directorates are also saying that they merely receive projects as end users from the project management unit. Now, there's an issue where internally there's an accusation from end user directorates towards the PMU that they are not being involved in the conceptualization and implementation of projects, yet they are expected to take over those projects. Hence, we have come up with this recommendation that will then streamline how all end user directorates are part of the process from start until the end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Muduke.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We know the recommendation with amendments made by the Executive Mayor.
and extensively encourage proper oversight on contract management. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muduke. Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. There's just a few of the recommendations that I'm slightly concerned we are not clear. The recommendation 4, I agree with the idea of having a joint portfolio meeting. But in practice, we have found numerous times that joint portfolio meetings does not curate. So I would suggest some other mechanism, maybe that there is a task team of officials and that the relevant councillors that serves on the portfolios, the respective portfolios, be invited to that meeting. Then we do not have this issue about quorums. Because every time we don't curate, then it sets us back and we can't proceed. So I would really like to suggest that mechanism. For the rest, I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. MMC Kombe.
Madam Speaker, I agree with Councillor Malan. I think we can just remove the word portfolio. So then it just call it just a joint meeting between the two directorates.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The reason for a joint portfolio committee meeting, I think it was clarified by MMC Kombe. But if you are going to remove it, because remember, I get your point, Councillor Malan, that this portfolio committee meetings are not forming a quorum. We don't have a provision in the rules of order of joint portfolio committee meetings. So I think even if those joint portfolio committee meetings are not meeting a quorum, you can continue. Because what is important is what is it that is intended to come up with. So I think, Speaker, the recommendation is in order. Because obviously the joint portfolio, like I'm saying, is not in line with the rules of order. It's just that we want to clarify what has been outlined there by MMC Kombe. So the recommendations are in order.
Okay, Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to clarify what the Executive Mayor has just said, that we will not use the normal number of councillors that need to be present for a joint meeting in order to determine whether that meeting curates or not. If it is not curating, we can still carry on and have that joint portfolio meeting. Do I follow correctly?
Speaker. Speaker.
Okay, Mayor, an point of personal explanation. Okay.
Personal explanation, Speaker.
Councillor Mudu.
No, thank you very much. Well, never again, Speaker. As I said, we know the recommendation with the amendment that the Executive Mayor has made, that a joint portfolio meeting between Budget and Treasury Office and technical services be convened in 7 days for clarification on various contracts. We are not going to sit here and discuss the laziness of chief whips of other political parties who would not want to coordinate their members into attending these portfolio committee meetings. So it should be noted that these recommendations stand, and it's sole responsibility of party whips to convene their people to attend such meetings. I thank you.
Speaker.
Of course, it is the responsibility of all councillors to attend the portfolio committee meetings, not only the joint ones, because they are here representing their communities. So after the joint portfolio committee meeting, obviously the relevant directorate will come up with an item whereby members of the portfolio committee of that particular directorate will have to convene, and that's where we'll speak about the quorum. So on this one, the work must continue, but strongly, Speaker, councillors must attend the portfolio committee meetings, whether joined or not. Today, ki di 25, ba kgotse. They must attend the portfolio committee meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Ba go utlwile. Does the council agree with the recommendations? Go right. Ke go kgalema la bofelo. Next item, item 28. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Item 28 is the report on insurance claim contribution per directorate. In the agenda there, when you go to computer page 139, you've got all the insurance claims summary as per the directorate and specific issues that were claimed for by the insurance, and the recommendation that we take note. And number 2, that consequence management be applied as a result. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is quite concerning to note that some of our claims are not approved, not on the fault of the insurer, but as a result of late or non-submission of required documents to the insurer. Hence, recommendation number 2. But the actioning would have to be the office of the municipal manager, because the function administratively is within the PTO in terms of it being the custodian, but it cuts across all of the directorates. So just on the actioning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Kombe. Councillor Du Plessis.
Yeah, thank you very much, our Speaker. I also want to refer to recommendation number 2 and want to amend it to read that consequence management be applied by the accounting officer as a result of none or late submission of claims, and that a progress report be submitted to the next ordinary council meeting. Otherwise, we haven't got any assurance that this recommendation will be complied with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Senzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to align myself with the recommendations as presented by the Executive Mayor. And I'm also happy because previously we used to receive this kind of a report being a consolidated one lump sum. But now that the thing has been now broken down into different departments, we are now aware that claims are from which departments, even though there may be some delays, will be able to know and to identify the specific department. By so saying, I also align myself with the recommendations as given. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poi.
Thank you, Speaker. I know the report with the concern that the recommendation number 2 must not just be a box ticking exercise, as Councillor Dube said it. We want to see action in this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poi. MMC Kombe.
Madam Speaker, the additions are in order.
Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. What said by both MMC Kombe and Councillor Dube on recommendation number 2 are the same. The action, whether we put it in the action or in the recommendation. So I think we must leave it on the action without saying that the municipal manager apply consequence management. I think action is fine. And then the report come in the next council. So I believe that Councillor Dube will understand It's one and the same thing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Recommendations are in order. Item 29. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. The report that is before us is Supply Chain Management Report on Approved Deviations for January 2025. There are no deviations approved in the month of January 2025. And then we're having 2 recommendations on all deviation approved in the quarter to cancel. But this doesn't mean that before the deviations comes to cancel, they must also have an annex attached of the Chief Audit Executive, because remember we took that recommendation previously as cancel. So the recommendations are in order, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC Kwambe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank goodness there are no deviations in this particular report. May we keep it that way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Kwambe. Councillor Musito.
Thank you, Speaker. Kikamaya recommendation. Thank you.
I align myself with the recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. Executive Mayor.
Susan Befield, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Speaker. Yes, I rise on Rule 76, Speaker.
Rule 76. Rule 76. Yes, on 76.
No, is it 63 or 70? Seven.
No, I'm not going to give you permission. Yeah, you are not on the speaker's list. Does the council agree with all the recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Item 30. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Item 30 is write-off stolen, obsolete, damaged and untraceable stock items for the period ending 30 June 2024. There are a number of inventories. We are having an inventory summary reconciliation for 2024 and 2023, 2022, 21 and 2020 that we are saying as council we must write off, and then we taking note of the report, and then we are saying the item reported as redundant and obsolete be disposed in line with the policy that we have approved of RLM asset management. And then a joint portfolio meeting between BTO and public safety be convened, and then the report be referred to MPEC for further investigations, and that the office of the municipal manager provide MPEC with a report relating to the investigations of the stolen goods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC Kwambe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason for the joint portfolio with the BTO and public safety is to assist with a plan to mitigate further theft of stock from the stores. And then just in terms of recommendation number 4, that we just add there that the stolen items portion of the report be referred to MPEC. so that the disposal of the rest of the items can continue, and MPEC will then advise on the stolen portion of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Item 30, Councillor Dupe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to refer to page 155 and with specific reference to the 2023 and 2022 figures, and raise my serious concern about the fact that for 2022, for instance, it's indicated stolen material of the value of more than 7 million rand, while only 634,842 is covered by supported police cases. And in 2023, more than 4 million stolen material, of which only 39,093 rand are covered by police support cases. Now really I can't understand that. It is totally unacceptable, because I of the opinion that all stolen material is supposed to be reported to the police and criminal cases being registered for investigation. And to even emphasize that is that if you haven't got a police case number, you are not able to claim from the insurance. And furthermore, from my police background, this also creates a serious problem within the police service. Because if the criminal cases of this type of value is being reported to the police, on the monthly returns by the police station to the Provincial Commissioner's office, it will have a very negative effect on the police station as far as crime prevention is concerned, on their statistics, of which the police station will have to answer to the Provincial Commissioner as far as that is concerned. So really it is totally unacceptable. We need to look at that, and we need to get clarity on why are all the stolen material not reported to the police for registration of criminal cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dupe. Councillor Manyaku.
Thanks a lot, Speaker. I also align myself with the previous speakers. And Speaker, this coalition is killing the EFF. You can't have councillors of EFF said like this. This is very sad. And the EFF is an organization that nurtured me.
Speaker,
it's
order.
nurtured
Speaker.
me.
Order.
I can't accept them like this.
Speaker.
They are killing the EFF.
You must never call
the EFF.
Yeah, you must never. Never let them talk away.
The EFF is no longer available in the country. It's sad with the EFF.
Fuck off.
They are destroying these councillors.
Councillor Manyaku.
Credo is here.
Councillor Manyaku, there's a point of order. Councillor Manyaku, there's a point of order.
Speaker.
Councillor Credo.
Speaker, the speaker speaking here is out of order. Is irrelevant to the item we're discussing. Can you please call him to order and be relevant to the item we're discussing currently? We know why we are here. We know exactly why we are in this concern. It doesn't necessarily mean because we have not engaged in other items, we don't have interest. We know these items. We are here to note some of the reports of this concern. It is our responsibility to do so. And one of the responsibilities of the opposition is to hold accountable, the executive accountable. It's not to come here and howl and entertain the gallery and claim to score political points. Thank you.
Executive Mayor.
This is Credo now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. You know, what Councillor Manyaku is doing is not for the first time. We are not here on behalf of Councillor Manyaku, but we are here on behalf of the community of Rustenburg. If he doesn't have a reason of coming to council meeting, he must excuse us. Thank you very much.
Councillor Manyaku. Councillor Manyaku, you are out of order. You must adhere to Rule 82 and 84. Please, Councillor Manyaku. You are out of order. Ko go koba. Ke go kgalemela la bofelo. Be relevant to the report. We are still on item 30. Councillor Shumang. Item 30. Councillor Shumang.
Oh, thank you, Speaker.
I align myself with the recommendations, just exactly the way they are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think recommendation number 5 seeks to address the issues that were being raised by Councillor Dupe. Because that report that has to go to impact obviously has to show what has been done for impact to then be able to recommend to council whether to write off or not write off the stolen goods. What has been done to deal with the stolen goods? What's been done to prevent further loss of inventory? So I think the points were highlighted, but recommendation number 5 seeks to then address that part. And Madam Speaker, I must say, my fellow homeboy there, I'm enjoying this version of him, Councillor Mokhosi. I enjoy this version. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Of course, the concerns raised by Councillor Dupe will be addressed to by recommendation 4.5. And all the recommendations are in order. Thank you very much.
All Speaker,
Councillor Dupe.
the names of Councillor Luan and Councillor Peter also appeared on the list.
On item 30. No. It's only your name here on the speaker's list. And councillors? Councillors,
Food poisoning, ke tjhe.
councillors,
Food poisoning, ke tjhe. Allergy. Di mo hupetsa, ha. Ha gona dijo tse di futhumaditsweng. Monna,
councillors, let's proceed.
ra o ntsha, ra o kgata, ra o kgata. Ya go hupelwa. Ke chemistry ngwana.
Executive Mayor, item 31.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Item 31 is progress report on debts owed by employees for the period ending December 2024. We're going to treat this item the same as we did with that one of councillors. Much as we know that all of us, councillors, residents, and employees are expected to pay for services. Because of the discrepancies, this item will ultimately come and serve before council, so we are referring it back, Speaker. Thank you.
Item 31 referred back. Item 32, Executive Mayor.
I'm still trying to open. Item 32, it's a budget statement in terms of section 71 of the MFMA for January 2025. Speaker, this is the financial status of the municipality in terms of the summary there in computer page, or maybe let me speak to the annexures. The summary in terms of the annexures there, you are having your in-year reports and their supporting tables, and the capital expenditure for the period of 1 July 31 January 2025. And as expected by legislation, we are also having that one of the entity, which is your Rustenburg Water Service Trust. That is the status of the municipality, financial status, how we're spending on the capital expenditure, how we're spending on the operational expenditure, and then with the recommendations that we take note of the report, and after that, the data strings be submitted to both provincial and national treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. MMC Kwambe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think with the tabling of the adjustments budget, it became very glaring, the financial situation that we find ourselves in, and the budget cuts that had to be made due to a decrease in revenue, especially on the electricity side. I know that in most instances, the focus is only on speaking to the Glencore matter, but continued power outages where you have no consumption also contribute towards one not being able to derive a possible profit from consumption that could have taken place at a particular time, which is also attributed in the main to the budget. If implemented, or rather when implemented, will assist to get us back on track in terms of liquidity and cost coverage of the municipality. Other than that, I support the recommendations as presented by the Executive Mayor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Kwambe. Councillor Mokhosi. Okay. Councillor Kibini.
Thank you, Speaker. Ne ke re ke tsena ko ye, ke re ke ikamanya le the recommendations
I will-
this item.
I'd like to take this time and align myself with the recommendations of this particular item.
Thank you, Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to request with the remaining Section 71 reports for the year, that we just have a paragraph referencing the adjustments budget and progress on specific items that we agreed to and that the municipality agreed to with National Treasury. How progress on implementation is going, because Treasury, just to remind everybody, Treasury said that our adjustment budget was unfunded and we should be moving within 6 months to a funded position. So I would like to request that for the further remaining Section 71 reports for this year. Then also I would like to point out that the recovery of debtors per suburb is still omitted from the report. We've raised that issue in the past. The report refers to that, but it's of critical importance that that report be included again. And then lastly, almost in thanking the MMC for raising the specifics of the electricity problem, I would like to add one other thing. If we look at the table on page 185 of electricity purchased, electricity sold, the kilowatt hours respectively, and the rand value respectively. Now, if I do a very rudimentary calculation, working just on the average value of a kilowatt hour purchased and then a kilowatt hour sold, and then value the units lost in distribution, we are losing 95 million rand per month. I would like to repeat that amount. 95 million rand a month, which we are not billing, and of course included in that is the electricity consumed by the municipality itself. So in order to get a proper handle on this, I would advise that the portion that the municipality is consuming itself be separated from this loss, so that we know what we are dealing with. That 95 million that we are losing, it might be 80 million or 90 million. One can only guess at the amount the municipality is using itself, but surely, you know, it will be a small portion of that amount. Now, we call it lost in distribution, but that points to the value in terms of financial loss of illegal connections. Bear in mind that the non-payment of debtors is a separate issue. That's electricity that was actually billed but not paid afterwards. So this year one finds a core reason why the financial state of the municipality is deteriorating year upon year, because this issue is not being addressed properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Mokhosi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. You know, Speaker, in this item, we are very much worried about the billing of water and electricity that are below the expected performance. We are very much worried with regards to that. There must be a turnaround strategy. Speaker, we are having about more than 14 formal settlements here in Rustenburg local municipality, with majority of them are not electrified. But when you go to those communities, there is electricity running there. And then it's called illegal connections. Yes, there will be illegal connections because our people are not connected to the grid. They will therefore connect themselves to the grid. And the municipality will forever lose revenue and electricity on that regard. There must be a turnaround strategy. We can't come here and speak about water losses, electricity losses, when there are no strategies to mitigate such problems. So that is our concern, because you know, when you give our people service, whether they are in informal settlement or not, you are able to collect at least revenue. It's not the same when you lose everything and then you come here and tell us that there is 3.something million of electricity loss. But there is no plan at all on how you can actually recover that revenue. Currently we have lost the Glencoe, and we can't be sitting here crying that we have lost Glencoe and all that. We must come up with the strategies to enhance revenue in this municipality. Giving our people services and electrifying the informal settlement, it is also bringing dignity to our people. It cannot be our people who are subjected to this inhuman, that they must use electricity that is like actually not proper, because children are dying there. Electricity cables are running on the street on daily basis. Children are dying. But
People are being shocked by electricity.
and we attend the funerals and speak as if we are revolutionaries and doing absolutely nothing, and speak as if we are socialist, speaking about service delivered that are not given to our people. Thank you.
Councillor Boy.
Thank you, Speaker. It is concerning, Speaker, to hear other councillors talking like this. I think, Speaker, we've got a problem here in our municipality of this illegal settlement that are causing us. And another thing is this one of oversight of our officials in the illegal connections. We are going to keep on having this problem, because not only on the informal settlement, even on the formal settlement, people are connecting illegal and nothing is happening. I doubt the oversight that, do we do the proper oversight on that? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boy. MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if memory serves me correct, there is an item from DTIS that deals with issue of both water losses and electricity losses. I think it will come to council, and it has been to council before. There's no one who would want to sit back and watch the municipality collapse and decline on the basis of illegal consumption of electricity. And that it also applies to water, Madam Speaker. But I think what we will have to implement, what we have discussed with the acting MMC and the director DTIS, is also to have our own mini-subs metered, to meter our own substations, to also have on the bulk line, to meter it on our own side and not just rely on the bulk provider for what they say that they have given you. We must also be able to then say, this is how much electricity we have received at the end point where our substations are, and also at the inlet of our bulk connection from the bulk service providers. I think once we do that, we might also find that it will bring down drastically the amounts that we are billed when we are just not relying on the figures from the bulk service providers. With that being said, Madam Speaker, the recommendations are in order. DTIS is having a plan to address illegal connections, but that also does not mean we must encourage illegal occupation of land, which end up leading to illegal consumption of electricity. The fact of the matter is that if that goes unabated, this municipality will collapse. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, MMC. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The recommendations are in order.
Does the council agree? Next item, item 33, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Item 33 is status of RLM fleet. I'm requesting that we refer the item back, please.
Item is referred back. Next item, item 34, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Item 34 is Green Drop 2022 report for RLM performance progress report. The report is attached in terms of RLM performance. The municipality must take note that all the municipalities are expected to make sure that we adhere to the green drop as per Department of Water and Sanitation. And this is the status of where Rustenburg is in terms of the green drop. So we only having one recommendations that we take note of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Mukua.
Thank you, Speaker. Ki ikamaganya le di recommendations tse di leng teng.
I aligned myself with all of the recommendations.
Does the council agree with the recommendations? Next item, item 35, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Item 35 is functionality of mechanical engineering services. Even this one, we're requesting that it be referred back. Thank you.
Item 35 is referred back. Item 36, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Item 36 is the functionality of the water unit. The report that is before us, it shows us how the Directorate Technical Infrastructure and water unit is functioning. It has the purpose of the report where it outlines your staff complement and then the status of the vehicles that we are having, those that are operational and those that are not operational, the water unit implementation plan, the service delivery through community-based program, the water loss reduction strategy, and the availability of the material in terms of responding to issues when they are raised by our communities. And then we are also having the challenges experienced by the directorate there with the recommendations that we take note of the functionality of the water unit whilst re-experiencing the water challenges in Rustenburg. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Kotu. Okay. Councillor Mukhosi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. You know, Speaker, like there is something that I don't understand, that I actually want to understand. What is the role of Rustenburg Water Services Trust vis-a-vis the role of water unit in Rustenburg local municipality? Because in that Rustenburg Water Trust, there is no capacity. And it seems like even in water unit, again, there is no capacity. So we're having very serious department or units that actually don't know their responsibilities, with critical posts that are not filled or foremen. And these posts are budgeted for because we have a report from the annual report that there are 490 budgeted vacant posts that are not filled. 490.
You cannot even hire 490 of our local kids. Even a foreman you are failing to appoint.
There are 77 posts in this department, they are not filled. Yet you want this unit to have capacity to execute the mandate of this unit. It is going to be very much impossible. Even the tailbeat drivers, they are short. O kora go te pipe e thubegile metsi a tshologa fela ke water loss o kana le yone ka bo yone. Ga gona motho o drivang TLB
We end
go tla
up-
tlo epa fela pipe re tsenye pipe e mpšha.
We end up having shortages of even TLB drivers, even at times whereby we find ourselves having water leaks. We are needing a TLB driver to just dig up the hole.
Therefore, there won't be any service. Speaker, we want the item that speaks about the Rustenburg Water Trust. Moving from the trust to entity. We want to hear the noise of this entity the same way we are hearing the noise of Joburg Water. People cannot hear about Joburg Water and then they don't hear about Rustenburg Water. We've got that entity. We must capacitate it. Sitting here, they don't even have offices. They don't even have staff. Even the trust itself is not complete. So that's my submission, Speaker, with regards to that. And you also spoke about the issue of organogram in the previous meetings. And then we have not dealt with that issue of organogram. And then it's going to be very much impossible again to hire our people. Because as council, we have not dealt with that issue of organogram. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Mokhosi Ikarabile. For us to respond to the vacant post, we must address the issue of the organogram, which must come to council. And not only the organogram, but there must be budget for all those identified posts. And then when Rustenburg Water Service Trust was established, the intention was for it to become an entity. I think it is important for us to, whilst working towards that, to review the trust deed, because the Rustenburg trust deed it's outdated. We must review it whilst looking into how best can we make sure that we've got an entity. That was an intention that I agree with you that we must look into that one. But as to the recommendations are in order because they wanted to put before council how the water unit is, so that even when we identify posts to be prioritized, we know exactly where are we going to prioritize the post in terms of the organogram. So the recommendations are in order, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Does the council agree? Next
Agree-
item,
agreed.
item 37, Executive Mayor.
Item 37 is the report on the functionality of the DTIS electrical engineering services. Even on this one, Speaker, there are issues of positions, posts, and vacant one. So in advance, I have responded in the previous item. The response will be the same on the issues of post because the challenges are still the same. You are having your operational challenges that they are having at electrical department. I think what is in this report is something that we will have to look into with a priority. Otherwise, we are not going to resolve the electrical outages that we are having in Rustenburg. So the report is for noting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major. Councillor Mokhosi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, you know, I enjoyed the annual report, and in many cases, I'm going to refer to the annual report. Speaker, when you go to paragraph C, it says the network vandalism. How possible is that we have two giant security companies in this municipality that are getting such big monies of tender, and then there are this kind of reports? When they even have insurance, and then these comrades are not responsible for this vandalism. Why? One other thing that we must do, we must build capacity into the security system of Rustenburg local municipality. One other thing is that we must insource security guards and take that department to public safety and install cameras in every building of this municipality
Order, Speaker.
to
Executive
avoid
Mayor.
vandalism and theft.
There's
Order,
an order
Speaker.
here. Okay, Executive Mayor.
We are on item that speaks about functionality of the electrical engineering services. The annual report will come, we'll engage on it.
No, I'm
Can
speaking on
the councillor be
paragraph
on the
C.
item? No preambles.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Credo, please be relevant to the item. Unso quota rules of order, ya nong o tswa mo.
No, like in this item, there is a paragraph C that speaks about theft. I want to go to another paragraph that speaks about the tools of trade. I don't know if I'm going to be relevant on the functionality of the electrical engineering when they don't have tools of trade. It is worse because of even some of them are not even taken to capacity building. Ga ba kgone le go kena ka di GTI, sala ba feleletsa ka di Corolla. We're having a very serious problem. Mara e siame, nte re e tlogele.
Councillor Moreki.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to align myself with all the recommendations as they are.
Thank you, Councillor. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. The recommendations are in order.
Does the council agree? Item 38, Executive Mayor.
Yellow Speaker. 38 is implementation of the existing master plan and request for the updating of the electrical master plan. We request that the item be referred back. Thank you.
Item 38 is referred back. Item 39, Executive Mayor.
39 is way forward regarding the rectifying the boundaries of certain urban in Kashan Extension 28. MMC Marakwa will present the item. Thank you.
MMC Marakwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Executive Mayor, the Single Lip of Council. Honorable Speaker, the item 39, way forward regarding the rectifying the boundaries of the creation urban in Kashan Extension 28. Honorable Speaker, this item is being presented to the Portfolio Committee, then it went to the Mayoral Committee, then today I therefore present the item after the Mayoral Committee to the Council. The purpose of the report is to indicate to Council the way forward regarding the surveying completed on the creation urban within Kashan Extension 28. Now, Speaker, this item is show Council that the work is being done by the department on appointing the survey to deal with the issue of the correction of the rectification or correction of that boundaries in Kashani. Honorable Speaker, I will just go to the recommendation. I'm not going to dwell with the recommendation because the item was there. I think all of us, we have read the recommendations and the attachment. Honorable Speaker, we've got 4 recommendations as presented from the Mayoral Committee to Council. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Dumani. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
MMC Marakwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Executive Mayor. Application for purchase of portion park, Earth 286, Hillwood Park, Extension 6 in terms of Section 14(2) of the Municipal Finance Management Act, Act 56, 2003 for gardening purpose. This report, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Executive Mayor, served to the Portfolio Committee of Planning and Human Settlement, and also the Portfolio Committee have discussed the item, and therefore we defer the item to the Mayoral Committee to discuss. Then the Mayoral Committee have discussed the item, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I go to the purpose as from the Mayoral Committee. Purpose of the report is to request a permission from the Council to alienate a portion F286, Hillwood Extension 6 in terms of Section 6, 14 of the Municipal Management Act, Act 56, 2003 for garden purpose. As we all know that the President of the country have declared, even the Minister for Agriculture and Land have agreed that we must have food security for the community of the country. So this item is an interesting item that the Portfolio Committee have dealt with, to where the member of the community have the interest at heart to make the yard, but the Portfolio Committee have recommended to Mayoral Committee, and the Mayoral Committee have agreed that we can sold those pieces of land to the Mayoral Committee. After we have deliberately discussed, Councillor Mokgotsi, when members of the Portfolio said no, the President have signed that we must give umhlaba must nikeza abantu umhlaba wabo, but tina from our side as the municipality, because we don't have money, we have made commitment to the Auditor General. Then we therefore requested the council to agree with the recommendation from the Mayoral Committee as presented. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Mokhosi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, it's worrisome on how we treat other parts of the land in Rustenburg. In this case, we are willing to rezone this land from the public space to a gardening land. But in the previous items, we couldn't rezone the agricultural land for human settlement. I don't know, maybe because Batuaban now for what 45 are black people, that you don't even have the powers to rezone that land. But in this case, you are able to rezone land just for gardening. And during the dark days of apartheid, churches played a very important role. Even churches, when they come and apply for the land, it takes time for them to be given that land. Even our people, when they apply for land for settlement, they cannot be given that land. But for gardening, we go first for rezoning. Let us take care of our people. They are the voters that put us here. We understand the issue of gardening and revenue and all those things, but our people comes first. The Freedom Charter says there shall be shelter,
Order.
security and comfort.
Councillor
Thank
Malang.
you.
Councillor Mnais. Councillor Mnais, you are out of order. Councillor Malan, what is the point of order?
The item does not speak about rezoning of land.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Mpele.
No mislead the council, man. Ow. Can I raise on a point of
Speaker,
order?
I align myself with the
Speaker,
MMC
there's an order. You know, for the longest time, we allow our...
MMC put. Ka go khalemela. Ga ke go bue ka go khalemela.
But I want to clarify something, Speaker.
Councillor Mpele.
I align myself with the recommendation.
Thank you. MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the meeting that MMC Marekwa is referring to, if you can go to its computer page 392, it speaks about our records, speaking of sewer lines running through that property. And we had asked the director to confirm where exactly that sewer line is. Because if we take a decision now to say that land is not needed for minimum basic services, only to find that the sewer line runs over the portion or under the portion that we are now giving away. That was the first issue. The second issue is that it's one big piece of land, right? And you have multiple applicants, which then means you have to subdivide that land and then allocate it to them. You have about it's about 10 applicants, 10 different people. So when you allocate it, you have to allocate each of them their own portion. So first we have to confirm that the sewer line is not within the area or the space that we are giving to them, and then subdivide and give to the, that is what we had discussed. So I don't have a problem with the item as long as we are not going to give land only to find that our sewer line is running underneath that land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. MMC, Marekwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, firstly, maybe let me clarify the issue that was raised by Councillor Mokhosi. We are not speaking about the issue of Plot 40, because the community of Plot 40, they are in a land of the municipal land that the municipalities, we are busy as the department to formalize that land so that it can be a land that is going to be accommodate as per constitution, that anybody suppose have the right to stay in a good health or in a area where he can get a good facility, e.g. health and etc. So we are not in those issues. Number two, he also speaks about the issue of the churches, that the churches we have been applied and now we are not taking care. The item of the churches was here in council. We have referred the item of the churches for separation because they were, the department have put it in a formal item. Then we have requested that they must go and separate and the item will be back in council. And Honorable Speaker, I'm a black woman. When I speak with other issue that affecting especially us as black women, and I'm not going to allow myself that every time when Councillor Mokhosi maybe wanted to present something, is going to say that we are treating other black community not the same as people in the other areas. When can we look in the people that have applied, there are black community members also. So we don't treat the other hand with the other hand, but we say that where the people have put them in an area that was not allocated by the municipality, we cannot deal. We are going to correct that and we are going to deal with it. We are going to formalize all the informal settlement if we have money as the municipality. But for now, because we are still requesting the money from the provincial and national, we are going to do them one by one. But if you can, if you have money, if we are paying services, all of us, we can do it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. All the concern raised by councillors, remember there's a recommendation that says the report will serve at council after public participation. It is going for a public participation. So all the issues that are raised of the sewer line and any other, the relevant directorate must make sure that when it goes to public participation, those issues are addressed so that when it comes back for council approval, they are sorted out. So I think the item is in order.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Ladumela, lead the recommendation.
Agreed, Speaker.
Next item, item 41. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. 4.1 is application to dispose of residential 1 Erfanet Safari Lane Extension 2. MMC Marekwa will present. Thank you.
MMC Marekwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Executive Mayor, item 4.1, application to dispose residential 1 at Safari Extension 2. Honorable Speaker, this item is not a new item. It's an item that was done by previous administration, where the previous administration have agreed to dispose other pieces of land in municipality. Those stands are in Safari Extension 2, but there are few stands that the community of Rustenburg have disagree with the municipality that the rate and taxes and the sold off of those stands are too much to them, they cannot afford. Then the department, we have make a presentation item to the portfolio committee. The portfolio committee have discussed and refer it to mayoral committee. Then the mayoral committee today have discussed it and refer it to council that we must come and present from the side of the mayoral committee and the portfolio committee. As Honorable Speaker, this size of stand is being attached. The stands that is being attached in the annexes we see here. But the purpose of the report is to request council approval to dispose resident stand in Safari the priority in question and zoned residential in terms of Rustenburg Town Planning Scheme 2005. Honorable Speaker, this, as I have said, these are not the new stands. The stands were there previously, and the resolutions as attached. Honorable Speaker, we've got 10 resolutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Malan.
Thank you, Speaker. We had the discussion in the portfolio committee, but we couldn't conclude. The first question I raised was about the decision to subdivide 4 of the stands, which in itself I do not have a problem with, but the other option would be to rezone the stands from residential 1 to residential 2, which might also be an option to make it easier for these stands to sell. But then we discussed the issue in the portfolio. Yes, the stands must be sold, but what should be the most appropriate mechanism? I stand to be corrected, but I think these stands has been in the market for many years, at least 15 years or so, and they have not been sold. If you look at the values attached to them, it can be argued that perhaps those values are too high, that then being the basis for them not being sold. So I think we should rethink how we should sell them, and my proposal would be for them to be put on public auction and they be sold in accordance with the provisions of the MFMA on public auction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malan. Councillor Vena.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it's very fundamental that we need to know that this report was previously tabled before Council on the disposal of residential 1 zone properties in Safaridane Extension 2, and Council resolved in a meeting held on the 2nd of September 2011 as per item 220. So, Honorable Speaker, I align myself with all the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Councillor Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to emphasize my appreciation that there's at least something going on related to this stance in Ward 14, of which I'm experiencing problems for 14 years already. And the different directorates of public safety, community development will confirm how many times we've reported criminal offenses, invading of these stands, waste dumping, and it's really a serious problem. All these municipality stands, of which is not being maintained by the municipality. It even at one stage went to the extent that the residents there on top of that area on page 706, where the map is, all of them have put extra fencing behind their premises to prevent crime. And at one stage, they submitted quotations to the municipality to fence this area, of which they actually wanted to pay for the cost of that fencing to try and prevent the illegal people going into that areas of the open stand. So for that matter, I just want to emphasize in whatever way we need to dispose of this vacant stand, municipality stands, to get proper management being done on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dupe. MMC Marakwa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, one, on the issue that was raised by my colleague, portfolio member, Councillor Maran, the issue of subdivide the stand. I think we have discussed the matter in the portfolio committee, but all portfolio members did not agree on the issue of the subdivide. They only agree on the issue of that the municipality must deal with the issue as rezoning so that the other community member can get it. On the issue of auction that also Councillor Malan, my colleague, is already alluded. We discussed the matter and deliberate on the issue of auction. The issue of auction, Honorable Speaker, as I'm going to say, we have discussed this issue of auction and we did not agree on basis on the following. One, the auction is going to deprive our own community members who do not have a lot of money to buy in a bulk stand in an auction. Because in an auction, when you go there are a lot of the big businessmen, who some call them the bourgeoisies, to go and buy both those stands. And the other deprived community like me, we cannot acknowledge to buy those stands. So that is the basis that we have discussed as the portfolio committee to the mayoral committee. I think in the mayoral committee, I also briefed the mayoral committee that the position of the portfolio is that they are not agree on the matter of auction because we are going to deprive our own community member to buy those stands. I pause, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Before I give to the Executive Mayor, MMC Kombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think since it's been such a long time that the stands are not selling, maybe we should put a time frame as to how long we are giving it to sell it in the normal way that MMC has been speaking to. Then if that does not work, we have to start trying something else. We then go the route of the auction, as long as we don't get less than the market value.
On point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Manyaku.
I think the MMC is clear there. There won't be any auction there. So Councillor Kombe must never waste our time. There won't be any auction. The MMC has said it a mouthful. That's fine.
What is the point of order?
That is not the point of order. MMC, please proceed.
Yes. So, Madam Speaker, I'm imploring the House that we put a time frame on how long we are giving this process of the sale, and then we get a progress report thereon, so that we can eventually get these properties sold. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ke a leboga, MMC Kombe. MMC Marekwa, back to you before I give to the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't think that we must put time frame, which means when you put time frame, Honorable Speaker, we wanted to put an operation to our members of the community so that they must just push them, so they must go to the banks and also they must go and borrow money and put them in a bad credit to buy stands. We said that we must leave the department if there is anything, like with the previous council have left the department to deal in the matter. If there is anything, Honorable Speaker, will come. Can we give the members of the community of Rustenburg the opportunity to buy those stands? We don't want auction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. The recommendations are in order. As to the recommendation number 2, Speaker, there must be a monitoring. Recommendation number 2 says, in terms of section 5.1 of the land disposal policy, they must form part of the agreement. According to the policies, that after you have bought a stand, you must make sure that within 3 years you develop. Because we are having a number of stands across Rustenburg that are resulting in problem buildings. They are not being developed. So it must be in the agreement that within 3 years you must develop your stand. Otherwise, we take it away from you with less money that you have bought with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Does the council agree? Item 42. Councillors. 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 There's only one speaker in the house. Please, councillors. Next item, Executive Mayor, item 42.
Thank you, Speaker. Progress report on the correction of the spelling there.
Councillors, please, councillors. You are out of order. Councillors,
Nala religion di veg.
councillors, the fruit of the name, please be in order. Councillors. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very
proceed.
much, Speaker. Item 42. 42 is progress report.
Councillors, please. My councillor. Councillor Luan. Councillor Muduk. Kelona. Executive Mayor, item 42, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Item 42 is progress report on the alienation of Park RF 8588 Freedom Park Extension 4 in terms of Section 14, subsection 2 of the MFMA to establish 48 residential 1 urban. MMC Marakwa will present. Thank you.
MMC Marakwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, progress report on the alienation of Park RF 8588 Freedom Park Extension 4 in terms of Section 4(2) of the Municipal Finance Management Act, Act 56 of the 2000 on established 48 residential 1 urban stand in Freedom Park. The purpose of the report, Honorable Speaker, is to provide feedback regarding the public participation conducted regarding the alienation of Park RF 858 Freedom Park Extension 4, purpose of the establishment of residential stand 1. Honorable Speaker, when we speak about this stand, is the stand that the Department of Health has built the clinic and the Impala Platinum Mine and donated to Department of Health, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to move to the resolution because in the public participation, we have gone there, but we have received a good welcome report so that we now today table the report to council so that the Department of Health can get the title deed. We've got 7 resolution, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MMC. Data boy. Okay. Okay, Executive Mayor.
The item is in order. Thank you, Speaker.
Does the council agree? Next item. Item 43.
Speaker.
43 is motivation.
Item 43.
Speaker,
there are those with low blood and high blood.
Item 43, Executive Mayor.
On point of order, Speaker.
Motivation for RLM to enter into.
Councillor Manyaku.
Yes, Speaker, remember you are the Speaker of the House. And you said to ourselves that at 2 o'clock, it's you. You said at 2 o'clock. So let it not be, Speaker, that you treat us the way you want to treat us. You said 2 o'clock, we listen to you. It's 17 past 2. We plead with you, Speaker.
Speaker, I understand why councillors.
Man. Yes, Speaker, ki bolela lo ena mo ke tloela ke dila iti man.
Councillors.
Man, ke mo bua le time man.
Councillors.
Karabo.
Ka khona bona rona councillor Rabana.
Councillors.
Man. Man.
Councillors.
Man. Yes.
Councillors.
Ke bula chance ke bua ko ene. Wa karaba.
Councillor Manyaku.
Man.
Man. Councillors.
No. Karabo se spakela. Antsa ina the same thing. Ha mo le se ga kubiwa.
Councillors. Councillor Manyaku. Councillors, can we proceed? Akona lunch mo agenda. Can we proceed? Executive Mayor, item 43.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Motivation for Rustenburg local. Motivation for Rustenburg local municipality to enter into an intergovernmental authorization.
Councillors, Or else let tswa ka 3 la lunching. Please be in order. Please be in order. Executive Mayor, please proceed. Councillor Mwatse, Councillor Muduke, councillors, please. Executive Mayor, item 43.
Motivation for Rustenburg local municipality to enter into a intergovernmental authorization agreement with the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. MMC Pule will present the report.
MMC Pule.
Thank you, Executive Mayor, the Speaker. Motivation for the Rustenburg local municipality to enter into an intergovernmental authorization agreement with the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. The purpose of this report is to provide motivation for RLM to enter into an IGA for a period of 7 years with the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management to allow the department to enter into a new subsidized bus contract, Bojanala bus contract. The department will do contract management together with RLM as a mitigation mechanism to allow RLM to further capacitate the Directorate of Roads and Transport in order to create a process for the municipality to take over this contracting function, as it is the responsibility of the RLM as a contracting authority as per the National Act of 2000, National Act 5 of 2000. The department has noted that the RLM is currently running contracted transport functions through the Yarona operations, and as such, the department will look into the RLM's shortfall of capacity and assist the municipality to strengthen or improve on the mentioned above capacity needs. As soon as the municipality is capacitated, then the function of contracting function will be developed by the RLM, and the recommendations thereof are that the report roads and transport motivation for Rustenburg local municipality to enter into a intergovernmental authorization agreement with the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management be noted. That council approves the municipal manager to enter into a intergovernmental authorization agreement with Department of Community Safety and Transport Management for a period of 7 years. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Langeni. Item 43. Councillors, please. Tuba maike councillor ga record.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Negeri nagi nyalanya lady recommendations the way they are.
I align myself with the recommendations.
Executive Mayor.
Ke a leboga, Speaker, the item is in order.
Item is in order. Okay. Executive Mayor, item 44.
Ke a leboga, Musa Kgotla. 44 is maintenance report roads and stormwater unit for the month October to December 2024. MMC Pule will present.
Before MMC Pule a presenter, Mozamaisi, please check outside Linda de Maginita. Zoran councillors are fighting caterers. Please go and check. MMC Silibale.
Speaker, balwela dijo or war.
Ba kwa ntle. Ntate Maginita, ke kopa le re thuse ka kwa.
That's why my councillor ba nonne yana le lwela le dijo.
MMC Silibaleng.
Le rata dijo le sa kgone ho bereka.
We are on the last item before lunch. Item 44.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maintenance report roads and stormwater for unit for the month October to December 2024. The purpose of this report is to give an update of the maintenance work done by the unit, roads and stormwater under the directorate. If you look into Annexure A and B, you will see that report and the recommendation as that the maintenance report, roads and stormwater unit for the month October, December 2024 be noted. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, MMC Councillor Sekwe.
No, I'm covered, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mokhosi.
Thanks, Speaker. Raibona reporto ye kwetse yo kare entle.
We see the report, it's written as if it's beautiful.
But bonnete ba kgang ke gore mo distrateng tsa CBD.
But in all honesty, even in the CBD
Shame
streets,
the road infrastructure have collapsed. How we wish that this program can actually be implemented. It's embarrassing when you enter the CBD of Rustenburg. Rustenburg, Majoro are it's a world-class city where communities enjoy high quality of life with dilapidated roads. With dilapidated roads. How do we take services to our people when roads are in this condition? Even nature exposes us. When, like after a rainy days, we find ourselves with serious potholes on the roads. Haksana le spare Willie Majora, so robile ki di pothole. So Rabona le kotse bo Bethlehem Drive. Bethlehem Drive is west. Bethlehem Drive is strata sa boxer. West. How was not tsela in that street?
there's no road there.
So are you going to make sure that this program, Haritswamo, re khona bona di fruits tsa teng. Es ka nna fela program on paper, speaker re be re tse report. Please, thank you.
Let's just make sure that we go out and make the fruitful of the outcomes of this.
Especially again, speaker with Buputatswana Road. Buputatswana Road is a serious problem. Because Buputatswana Road, since I grew up in Bitokong, I've never seen Buputatswana Road being marked. Having stop sign, it's a serious problem. We've never seen any activity in that road. Not even potholes have been patched there. The only thing that is assisting us is the mines when they take the territory there. And we are told that that road, half of the province, half of no. We also want lights there. That's the people of Bito. Our people are dying in that road. Buputatswana Road. It's an anka kabitoko. Kana ritsi maspalau kaleboga.
Item 44, Councillor Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am partly on one of the issues covered by the previous speaker concerning the quality of roads, but to be more organized on that, the quality of fixing is totally unacceptable, not sustainable. And we went as far as after the 2016 election when we submitted our IDP requirements for Ward 14. We had a discussion with the then Speaker and our ward councillors, and we concluded that we will not even submit new projects for the wards, for our Ward 14, but we will place this concern as an IDP matter to be budgeted for and to resurface certain intersections in Ward 14. And of the then 16, only 3 were resurfaced since 2016. Others are being fixed several times a year. The same potholes at a very bad quality of work, and then it is considered actually as fruitless expenditure. And for that matter, then also, stormwater line that collapsed there at Nelson Mandela, Dr. Marocca area behind Amberboom, being reported since 17 December 2020, and several site inspections and still not budgeted for and fixed. And the same issue with several addresses only in Ward 14 where apparently due to a damaged stormwater sewage line, there's a link between stormwater and the sewage line, and when it's raining, the municipal manager and even the executive mayor knows how many times I have reported up to 7, 8 different neighboring stands that are being flooded by sewage water when it's raining due to this link between the stormwater line and sanitation line, and it's not being resolved. I did site inspection on this issue of painting of lines and arrows, and together with people of roads department, and although many lines and arrows were painted, of which we really express our appreciation, the wrong lines that was pointed out was painted exactly the same wrong way, where it is supposed to be a straight line together with a left turn line. It was left like that, and the right turn line was painted together with a straight line, which is incorrect, and it wasn't rectified. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Boy.
Thank you, Speaker. But I think, Speaker, previous councillors, Bankavarile, and it is of a great concern when coming to procurement, Leone must be taken into consideration. We must at least deploy the proper and accountable, reasonable service providers. I think some of these things is because of there are no oversight after giving works to those people, service providers. It seems as if we ignore, we don't even hold them accountable. We acknowledge that we've got a problem, but some of this are being done by the service providers because we don't hold them accountable. There's no oversight inspection by the officials. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. MMC Silibale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've noted all the concerns raised by councillors. But also I want to remind councillors that it is us in council who approves the budget, maintenance. It is us who approved that budget, and if we look into our roads, we do understand your concerns, but if we look into them, they do need to be reconstructed, most of them. But our budget is not allowing us. But I've noted all the concerns that were raised.
Thank you, MMC. Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. We take note of the concern raised by councillors. Indeed, it is correct that with the little resources that we have, we must use them efficiently, economically as well. The people that we are appointing as service providers, there must be value for money. Those that are doing our roads, indeed, there must be value for money. The report that is before us is the report for October to December of what happened or of what is said to be completed. If you go back to those roads that were completed previously, it looks like they were never done. So hence, there must be value for money on what we are doing. So we taking note of that, and I believe the relevant directorate must take note of that as well. On the little budget that we have, we must do proper work. But as for this report, is a report for noting on the work done, on work that is in progress as well. And when there is a new work to be done, obviously the item will come to council. The recommendations are in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillors, before we go we break for lunch. The speaker will kindly request the council to excuse her. There's an emergency that I need to attend. It's a family matter. My grandmother has passed on this morning. So I will request the council to excuse me. Therefore, the speaker will also request the council to appoint the acting speaker in terms of the Municipal Structures Act, Section 41. And one other thing, the executive mayor would also request the council to excuse her if the council meeting goes beyond 5 o'clock. The executive